Hello coders, good afternoon. We're a little bit early, about 5 minutes. What I want to do is, there's 16 issues that I put out on GitHub in the API, and I would like to fix them. Whoops, sorry, pressing all the buttons. Here we go, sorry. So we've got 16 issues. Not all of them are bugs. Some of them are enhancements, as you can see. Some of them are quick wins too. So like moving CMS templates into a CMS folder, moving controllers into a CMS folder, renaming classes, doing a little bit of investigation in terms of like looking into whether or not the utils, schemas and response and entity maker logic is needed, routines are needed. And then we've got the usual ones that we are aware of. The code notes not showing. There was this I found, which was the pricing page. When you click on GoPro, it takes you to a 404 issue, 404 page. That's not great. The live stream isn't showing. And then we've got some other issues to do with Cypress tests, which we'll get into in a second. I think that's probably the first one I'll look at. The Cypress test IP address isn't, the IP address of the Docker machine isn't going into Cypress correctly. And then I want to write some tests around password verification, forgotten password, page errors. So that's the 404 and the 500 issues. And the page not found jobby. So that's a 500. Or anything that isn't 200 OK, to be honest, or anything that isn't a good status code. This one is a 404, and then this one is, the exception. Upgrade to Symfony 5.2, I wouldn't mind doing. And there is this social sign-in jobby, which we probably won't get onto today because it's quite large. But yeah, if we can crack through these as much as possible, that would be amazing. So... yeah, there's a lot to do, as you can probably tell. Can I put some lo-fi chilled out tunes, because there's a lot that I need to process in today's stream. I think lots of things going on. The first one I want to tackle, I suppose. So this is the How to Code Well site, right? And we were doing this big experiment which lasted for 3 weeks, and it was going to finish today, which it has done. And the experiment is to work out whether or not I should be going forward with just a Symfony site, or splitting this up into static sites as it was before. The Gatsby front end and then the API. So this experiment is bringing it all into Symfony, and actually I think I'm happy with that. So. The point of this stream is to try and fix as many of these issues and then run the tests, and if the tests all pass, then I'm happy. Okay, so the first issue I'm going to tackle, I think, is going to have to be the IP address, because this is a bit of a blocker. If I was to, I'll just demonstrate this. What's going on here is when I run the test E2E, which is test end-to-end, we run our Docker Compose up on Cypress, so it's going to run all the Cypress tests. What it's doing is it's running, it's doing Docker Compose, and it's passing in this IP address as the Cypress base URL. The problem is this IP address is the IP address of the Docker machine, and that changes depending on which machine I'm on. So if I'm on my laptop, it's a different IP address. Well, this is the IP address of the laptop, not on this iMac. So, for example, if I was to go Docker machine IP of this, we've got 192.168.99.138, whereas here we've got 192.168.99.106. So if I ran these tests as I've done just here, it will fail. It will say that we're trying to connect to this IP address, and we can't. So the way I'm thinking about getting around this, and this is just me sort of I haven't tested this theory yet. We need to pass in, we need to inject an IP address into here. Now we can get the IP addresses I've just shown you here. So Docker machine IP, how to code well, site dev. That machine name isn't going to change, because if we had a look at the README file, where are you? README file. Here we go. We create the machine here, so the machine name will always be the same, and then we evaluate that to the shell. If I was to run this here, it's essentially that, the Docker host, the IP of that. There's an added complexity, of course. This is a Docker machine. It's not just a Docker container which is running on your local host. It's a Docker container running in a Docker machine which has its own IP address. Okay, so this is going to be a bit tricky to play with. It's going to be trial and error time, but we're going to work through this one, and then after that we'll go through some of the quick wins, I think. Okay, now what I have done is I've branched off. So we were working on before the front end rebuild repo. Branch. And what I've done is I've taken a branch from master or main, taken the branch from main, and I've named that branch. What did I name it? I named that branch develop rebuild. So we got develop and develop rebuild. Develop is still the Gatsby stuff. The API stuff. It's just the API stuff. Whereas develop rebuild is the rebuild into the Symfony stuff. So it's kind of we've kind of got two develop branches going. And then at the end of it, what I want to do is then do a pull request from the develop rebuild into main, and then drop the develop and rename that to just develop. That's the kind of the plan. Kind of my plan. So all of these issues, I want them all fixed by Q1. And we're going to work on this one first. Okay, so what I'm going to do is take a branch from the develop rebuild branch. So we'll do git checkout, and we'll always be taking a branch from here, and then putting that branch back in, and then keeping that up to date. It means that it's separate from main and it's separate from develop. So if there was anything that I needed to do as a hotfix, I can do that on the main without having to affect this rebuild branch. Okay, so I'm going to do checkout -b, and we're going to call this fixes, and we're going to do Cypress IP. Oh, we'll do test IP, because this IP address is kind of like, it's going to be used in the acceptance test as well. And I'm still unsure how to actually get around this. So we're going to do some trial and error. Essentially, just running make test E2E will run the Cypress jobby, and it'll end up failing. So what I need to do in the make file here, I need to pass in an environment variable, or I need to pass in an argument to this container, which is the Docker machine. So, okay, let me think about this for a second. Let's do. We're running this, and this is the hard-coded IP. This needs to be a variable. I think what I'm going to do. I suppose I could get it working here, and then what I would love to do is split this out into and rebuild the Docker compose.txt. Test. So we have a test compose, and we've got a normal one for develop. Okay, let's not overcomplicate it at the moment. Let's just run this. So this needs to be our IP address, or our host IP, host name, host site. What do you call it? I don't know. It needs to be something like host address. Host. Let's just call it host. Fine, because it might not always be an IP address. Let's just call that host. host address. Sod it. Host address. Okay, so we need to pass host address in. Now, I was just reading before the stream. I was just reading a way of passing in. If I did docker compose. So when you do docker compose up, if I went to help, there isn't any arguments that you can pass in terms of like build arguments. You can build it, sure. So we can't use docker compose up -d yet. What we can do, however, though, is we can do docker compose run, and we can pass in, if I pass in help, we can pass in an argument. So, a -e, which is our environment variable, which means if I was to change, I can just do it on the command line. If I was to, first of all, let's jump into here, and I need to evaluate the shell. Right, so what I'm saying is if I did docker compose run Cypress, because I think that is the name of the container. Let me just triple check. It is. And then you pass in hyphen. Is it options first? It's options and then service. Yeah. So it would be -e. Excuse me, and then this would be our host address, and we would equal that to be http : and I can't remember what it was, so we do docker machine IP. There we go. Pass that in. Now I'm not sure how this is going to work because of the slashes. I may have to put this in quotes. Let me just run this and see what happens. So the app mode variable is not set. Host address variable is not set, even though I've just set it. So okay, expected base URL to be fully qualified, starting with HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, I'm wondering if that needs to be in like that. Okay, no, it's still not set. Wonderful. I wonder if I could just do Cypress base URL, actually, rather than the host address. Why make it? Why overcomplicate it? And remove this from here. Let's give that a go. Just thinking about it. Oh. Okay. This is looking good. Right, we'll see what happens. It's still thinking. Let me just see. Do I actually have this running? The actual site. Is it? I haven't actually checked, so let me just let me just see. Oh, hang on. That went through. That went through. We have one passing. Okay, that's cool. It's just running super slow for some reason. Why is it running ridiculously slow? Wow, that's painfully slow. Why? Hang on. What? This is weird. Why is this not? Oh yeah, cool. All right. It's like, why is this not Symfony? Okay, so it's just super slow, but that's going through. Okay, so we've got one passing there, one passing there. Fine, I'm happy with that. Let's just kill this for a second. So that's by removing this from the environment variables here and passing it in, as our command. Now, like, all we've done is moved the IP address over to here, which is not good. So what we need to do is we need to do this, I think. Docker machine IP, and then it's how to code well, and I can't, it's this one, isn't it? How to code well -site -dev. I'm hoping that will run this and then put the IP address of that into here, which means that I can run it on the laptop and the IP address will change, and so, and you know, and that'll be the solution. I hope. I can't pronounce your username. I'm so sorry. Is it Selets? I can't. Is it Celix Tees or something? Tears? I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much for your feedback. If you set the environment variable before it should work. Host variable is equal to, and then E passed directly into the Docker. Okay. Right, we found invalid configuration value. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's go back to what it was before, which is this. Now, thinking about it, it probably is worth passing that in, and then passing that in as a somehow working this out so that we do pass in the host address. Just thinking ahead that we're going to use this on other tests as well, so it can't just be pinned down to the base URL here. So host address. That's what we had before, right? Docker compose run e host address. I'm not sure what you mean by saying if the environment variable, if you set the environment variable before, it should work host variable equals, and then -e passed directly to the Docker. Don't really follow what you mean by that. Docker. Docker compose. Yeah, run help. I'm probably going to need to see an example of this, to be fair. So rm, that's a useful command. We'll do that later once we sort all this out. Yeah, I'm going to have a look at the I'm going to have a look at an example. Docker compose run -e. So we can pass an env file. And then, oh, right. Do you mean, okay, maybe this is what you meant. Sorry. By actually passing it before the run command. So it would be docker compose. Can I just verify that? Docker compose and then help. Does it have any... Looking for -e. No, it doesn't. env file. Okay, we can pass an env file. I don't want an env file though. File name, project name, context, version. env file with docker compose run. Docker compose run -e debug is equal to 1. Yeah, it's a variable that needs to be set on the host. Sure. I'm setting it there, host address, and I'm defining it in here. Unless, no, that's the value. Sorry, I'm getting myself all confused. That's the value, not the variable. That's the variable. That's the value. So I'm setting the right. That's why it worked before. Gotcha. Okay. All right. How do I get around that then? Maybe I do need to just use this. Okay, let's just put it back to what it was as it was working. I mean, it's it's not set defining to a blank string. Host address. Oh, right, it's here. Sorry. Host address variable is not set, which makes sense. Although this should have screwed up. No, it shouldn't have screwed up. Okay, bear with. Give me a second. Going all over the place. Let's remove this. Kill this. Come on, give me back my prompt, and then run this. This should work. Right. Okay, so now I need to find a way of setting this automatically based on the machine IP. So if we were to do export, no, if we were to do Docker, that's what I want, and I want to do something like, it's this, isn't it? And if we were to if we were to that's what I need. I think I had it in brackets, like curly brackets earlier, rather than curly braces rather than curly brackets. So I think that's what I need on the command, I believe. So yeah, you can see this all running through. Let's just copy that and kill this for a second. Give me back my prompt, please. Thank you. And then let's change this to be that. I wonder if that will work. Don't worry about app mode, that's fine. No. Instead, the value was, okay, expected base URL. Oh, right, okay, I got it. It needs to start with HTTP. So it would be a concatenation of this and this, right? So it would be HTTP, which would be now. Can I do that? but it would be this, wouldn't it? HTTP : and I've got a feeling I can put this into the string. Is that right? It's been a while. Let's run this. I think that will do it. I think that's it. I hope. Let's just see. That's gone. It's far slower on here than it is on the laptop. Laptop just swims through. Okay, yeah, that's passed. Okay, good. Right, that'll do me. Okay, so the solution then. Sorry, going back all over the things here. Can I get my prompt, please? That is the solution. To run docker compose run -e Cypress base URL, and then we're concatenating HTTP with the IP address, and then running the Cypress container. So let's copy this and change our makefile, and that would be up here. So test E2E is actually just this, isn't it? That's all it is. Excuse me. Yeah. So if we were to come out of this and then run make test E2E, hopefully that should just go and work. No. Oh, why? Do I need to... I bet it's this, isn't it? Yeah, it's just gone HTTP and it can't find this. That's a shame. Okay, I think I need to pass in the Docker machine into here. Thank you very much for rating, StewSoft. Thank you, Ksoft. Sorry, I mispronounced it. Sorry. Thank you very much for rating. I hope you had a good stream. Let me know what you were doing. Today we are trying to fix as many or solve as many of these GitHub issues as possible. First one is a Docker related issue. I think I need to pass in the environment variable. Sorry, a variable into my make command, because I can run it fine without the make command, but because I'm passing in the IP address here, the Docker machine IP address, I think I'm going to need to pass it through. So I don't know how to do that, so we're going to Google that one. It would be pass pass variable to makefile. In your makefile, use the shell Docker machine should work. You use shell Docker machine. You mean like you mean like this? Does it will this actually work like that? Okay, I'm happy. Let's give that a go. Why not? Yeah, make test E2E. Thank you ever so much, everyone, for following. I really appreciate that. That has worked. Oh, my word. Thank you ever so much. Oh, thank you. That actually worked. You can see it being printed out here. That is so cool. Thank you very much. I really wish I could pronounce your name. It is Seal XT Tess. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That has done wonders. That's really good. And thank you ever so much, everyone, for following. I really appreciate this. It's great. So I don't need to Google this anymore. Thank you very much. That was I would have probably struggled with that for a while. I didn't realize you could do that. Genius. Okay, so right. So that's the Cypress stuff done, which I'm happy with. We'll just let that run through. It'll do its jazz. It's fine. Selects Taze. I don't know. Thank you very much for helping, though. I appreciate it. Right, so that's the first one. We've got other tests mined. It isn't just this. We have tests to do with... So the Cypress tests are the front end, so they test the front end code. The other tests are the CMS tests, and they test the acceptability of the CMS. So if we went up to here and we went into acceptance, we've got these features. It's written in Gherkin, as you can see, but it's configured in here. Now, again, that is an IP address. So we need to pass that in. Now, this is going to be a slightly more different than the other one, because it's actually in the code, meaning that I need to actually pass this in as an environment variable into Symfony. So it'll be something to do with config. It would be probably sort of in here, passing this in as a parameter in here, and then reading that parameter in. I'm just kind of sort of half making this up, and then reading that parameter in there. So we need to push this IP address through. He says, so let me think how best to do that. When we do Docker Compose, it's running through the app, which is here. So we could pass it in as an environment variable here. I can't remember what that is. Let me jump on the container and have a look what that is. Give me a second. We'll just let that run through. Let it do its thing. Docker Compose exec going into the app of bash, and then I'm going to do an echo. I can't remember what this is. Host IP. If that is the IP address, then that's fine. That's all I need to do. We'll just echo this out and see what that is. 192.168.2.186. Was that the IP address I had here? Or am I passing this in somewhere else? This is the problem when you deal with legacy projects. No, it's not. So that is something completely different. Where is that being passed through? Let me just step through this in my mind. When we do a build, that's the IP. That's my IP address. That's the IP address of the host. Gotcha. Right, so I need to do the same thing. I need to do the same thing kind of as I've... Yeah. I just want to see what the Docker image is like. Docker file. Okay, so it's not being added here. So when we do docker compose up, is the host IP just being added to it? I think that's... let's have a look at my make file again. Bear with me a second. Install build. There's a build. Passing in that. All this stuff. Install, build, vendor install, db, test restore, and then CMS install. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think what I need to do is a similar thing to this. So don't worry about the host IP. That's a red herring. Let's create one. Yeah. Okay, let's do it from... Sorry, I'm jumping around here. My mind's all going in and out of various places. Let's do it from the code's perspective. If I can hard code it in the code's perspective as a parameter, and then I'll work out how to actually set that from outside the container. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So in our services in here, we would like to create our server. We're going to call it server IP, right? Server IP. And we're going to call this env server IP. Like so. And then, oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Beg pardon. Yeah, you can set your a default value in Docker Compose. So like host IP my default. That's a good idea. Yeah, because you're gonna need there's gonna need to be a default. And then set it dynamically from the make file. Yes. Yeah. Yep. So it will be called server IP. And we'll have a default jobby. And then this will yeah. And then this will go into our acceptance suite. And I can't remember how to pull in the environment variables from here. I think I need to do it through, is it this level up? Codeception. Test envs. What's that? Test. I don't have underscore envs. I'm not sure that. Params is .env. Okay, so maybe we don't need that then. Maybe we don't need that up in the services. Maybe we don't need this. Maybe it is just a case of, because I've got params.env, we should be injecting all the environment variables, so we should then, at the acceptance suite, at this point, we should be doing what, I believe this is the correct thing to do, doing what this is doing, sort of at this level, acceptance, and doing sort of a server, server IP, something like that. Or let's just call it host. No, let's not do that. That's silly. Server IP. Let's just call it server IP. Host IP is something else. Now, if we ran this, it'll fail because obviously this doesn't exist yet. So if we ran, let's just run the tests just to, let's come out of here for a second. Well, I can do it from here, can't I? Bin console. No, sorry. Codesep run acceptance. Though, oh, damn, sorry. Make test clean. And as we're outside the container, we can do it here, test. And then it is acceptance. So this should fail because we don't have that IP address. Here we go. Ta-da. Now this is Selenium. This is the IP address of the host, and then that's the port of Selenium. So we need to inject server IP into here. Is there a way I can just do this anyway from inside the container? Like there must be some way of it to know what the IP address of itself is, right? No, because it's a container on the... No, that's not going to work. No. Thank you very much. Take care, and I'll hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much for all your help as well. I'm going to try and pronounce your name again one more time, if I can try. Is it Selectays? Thank you very much for all your help. And also, hello, is it Toto DS or Tuto DS from Portugal? Woohoo! Thank you very much for joining and seeing the struggle. The struggle is real. Okay, so we need to do the same thing, the same jazz to this. Well, to this that we did with the makefile. So let's do in the makefile here. We just ran test acceptance. So we did docker compose exe and then run acceptance. So I need to pass in, and I can't remember whether it is which order it's in. It is this order, yeah. Let me just copy that for reference. Scroll to the top to the acceptance. Just going to bung that down there. Docker compose exe. Yes. So I wonder if I need to do... docker compose exec, and let's just quickly have a look at help. Is there any way? No, I didn't think there was. Oh yes, no, there is a way you can pass in environment variables. Bingo. Sweet. So it would be that, and then it would be server IP is equal to this. Remembering to put in our shell, as I've just learned. It's like community coding. I like it. Okay, let's run this and see what happens. There we go. We passed that in as a server IP, although we've got this problem. I need to do make clean. I need to do make clean before this, I think. Make test clean. It's a problem with the code coverage, I think. Now we do accept. And that didn't work. Still not finding server IP. Server IP is this. Server IP. Do I need to do anything to the Docker Compose file? So it would be server IP. I mean, I can change. This should be. Let's just put this in as the host IP for now. We can change it by default by running that command. So let's just run that. I need to do the test clean, and then the acceptance. Nope. Right. Okay, that's not getting me anywhere. How? I'm wondering if I need to have an environment variable, server IP in the environment variable file that this reads from. Let me. I'm going to do a quick Google first. So it's codeception config read read environment configuration, setting up a .env file, configure codeception. Ahaha. Okay, right. So it's not that. It's just this. Now that was reading from an environment variables file, which we don't have. I'm going to run test clean, and then I'll do acceptance again. No. Oh. See, that's been passed there. It's saying it can't connect. Have I just sabotaged myself? Is this container actually running? Docker ps-a. Bunch of Cypress stuff in here. I should do the rm -rm after all this to kill the container. But we're looking for Selenium. It is exited. Yeah, no, that's not good. So we're going to have to do a docker compose up. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to need to do... We can't pass in environment variables to a docker compose, to docker compose. We can't do that. So, but we need to bring it up. So, can we do that through docker compose? Hang on, I've just totally forgotten what command I was running. Docker compose, docker exe. There we go. That's what we're running. But first up, we need to do docker compose up -d. Just to bring them up. In fact, I should probably do... Let's create another one here. Let's call this acceptance up, and then this would be, because we can just do docker compose up and then -d of a single thing, right? So we can just do test. That's what it's called. There we go. So that is the first command. We make sure that that's up. And then this is the command that we run. So we should actually do this, shouldn't we? And. I'm gonna have to fix that test clean jobby. It's gonna get in the way. Come on. I think this has worked. Server IP is being added to here, although that's failed. Right. There's only 7, so we'll wait. We'll wait for that to go through. It might be something else. But I think that's looking okay. I wouldn't mind removing the containers as I go though, because if I was to come down here and do docker docker ps-a, we've got a bunch of containers that on Cypress that we don't need. So what's happened here? Okay, so it has actually made the request. That's fine. That's good. Okay, I'll have to have a look at the errors once I wrap this up. It's more about getting the getting it to actually run rather than to work out whether it's failing or passing the actual individual tests. Okay, so with the Cypress stuff, it's a case of on Docker Compose run, you just do -rm, right? Because that's going to just remove the container. So if I was to, God, look at them all. Oh dear. Right, let's just get rid of them. Docker rm -f, passing in we'll start from the top. There's probably a better way to do this, but let's just, oops. For now, let's just, we don't want to kill Redis. And that's fine. Let's just run that. What have we got? Still got loads. Darn it. No. Right, this one. I'm also going to give it a container name, because then it'll fail because a container name has to be unique. And it'll be easier for me to access. Right, I think that's it. Off it goes. Come on. Yes, there we go. That's nice and clean. Right. So if we went to Compose here and scroll to the bottom where we've got Cypress, we've got container name. So okay, no, we've already given it a container name, and we've given that a container name of test. Okay, that's fine. Right, I'm going to run Cypress again. So let's do Docker. Just bring them back up. There we go. And then yeah. So make test E2E. No. I thought it was, it's -rm, of course. There we go. Let's make that. All right. So it should bring it up and then do the test, then spin it down again. Okay. Well, that's going to take a while, so I'm hoping that we will just get this one. I'm hoping. Okay. Yeah, it's going to take a while. So let's look at the other one. Do a bit of multitasking. So this is passing in the server IP and this here, and I want to fiddle around with my makefile up here. We're doing docker compose up-d, and then we're doing an exec. Now this is the problem. It's running off of the it's running off of the main container, which means that I need to do that exec. Really, this needs to be in its separate testing container, to be fair, like Cypress is. And then I can bring that container up and bring it down again. Which makes me feel like we need to create like a docker compose.test file. This is all old stuff. So I'm happy to get rid of it. So I'm wondering if we need to make our own sort of testing container that relies on... Yeah, let's do that. I might have some problems with host addresses and stuff, but I think that's probably wise. Because then I can do docker compose -f. Yeah, okay. I've kind of convinced myself. Let's put this all in here. Let's get rid of a bunch of stuff, right? Because we don't need any of this stuff. Because if we do this up-f job, then we will get the app container. And we'll get the DB container. We'll get the node container. We'll get Redis as well. We just really want to worry on Cypress and our... I mean, that's named wrong. That should be acceptance. CMS. Acceptance tests. Yeah, they're connecting to the right networks. This app one, I think we can probably get rid of. And then we can probably get rid of that as well. I don't know. I'm not sure. Now I've removed the app from there. I don't know. I mean, ideally, right, it should be called test app or something. So it will be something like test app. And if I run all of this with hyphen rm, it would drop the containers after it's done ran the process. It just means that I've got a different yeah. I'm going to kill this. So I'm thinking docker compose -f docker compose .test .yaml .f -f no. And then run. Can you do, after you've done the ex, because I'm still going to have to do the exec, after that, or can I just do run? Let me just see. Run. Help. I might be able to convert that into a run command. So what's this saying? Yeah. So I might be able to do something like run a one-off command in the service. Yeah, that's what I want to do. So I might be able to do something like docker compose -f docker compose .test and then run --rm because we want to remove it after we've ran it. We need to specify the container that we want to run. So in this case it would be web, but in this example, so this would be test app, right? So this one, and we want to run bin console code set code with an E, and we want to run acceptance, and yes, I think that's right. And I mean, obviously we need to pass in the environment variable, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around splitting the containers out. So if I was to run this now, docker test app depends on the service DB, which isn't defined. Of course not. This is going to be tricky because then we need a test DB, which means that we need a test DB. And before you know it, this bug has ballooned. I'll tell you what. Let's just run the unit tests rather than the acceptance tests, just as a proof of concept. Right, Cypress depends on the service. Why am I running that app, which is not defined? So this would be a test app. Right, no named volume. Yes, of course. I've removed them all. Of course they don't exist. Right. No. I'm going to create my own volumes for the test. Test one. And we're not going to worry about the database at this case. So just cache and logs. It would be here, test cache. I knew there was a reason why I named them as I did, dev. Right, okay, now are you happy? Ooh. Something's happening. Okay, here we go. Why does this happen all the time? There is something wrong with the setup of Codeception that I have to clean. What was the thing I did? I ran that, didn't I? Right, let me find the actual command to clean this damn thing. This would be in the makefile. Clean. Come on, here we go. It's just that. That's all it is. So let's just run this in here. So it'll be bin, it'll be that, and let's run that. Okay, so it cleans it and then it fails. So okay, I know when I'm defeated. I think I'm taking this too far away from the essence of the actual issue, which is something I always do, unfortunately. The essence of the actual issue was just to inject the IP address into the containers, right? It wasn't to build a whole separate section for testing, a whole test suite. So I think what I'm going to do is just take a couple of steps back here and go, this is a great idea, but maybe for the future. So instead of this, how do I back out my changes? I suppose, well, I've only been doing it on the command line, right? So I can just revert this back to what it was. I mean, it's a great idea, I think, but I just need to sort of sit down and think about it fully rather than just try and, build this stuff willy-nilly. Right, so, okay, does this still work? Make, test, acceptance. Does this still work? Okay, I think the failures are due to a code failure rather than an actual. It is up. It is up. So we're just going to wait and see what the outcome of all this is. Yeah, okay, so it did make the request, but it was just failing. I've got a feeling it's a DB thing. That's fine. Untrusted host app. Oh, great. Something else. Of course, my environment variables are different. My env file is different. Okay. Let me just move this down here out of the way whilst I sort that out. Don't want to show my envs on stream. Doing secret stuff. And I'm just going to compare this with the env files on my laptop. So just bear with me a minute whilst I sort this out. It's something to do with the trusted hosts. That one was that I saw. Yes, it's totally different. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's good. Okay. Okay, let's come out of that. Right, let's run these tests once more. Excuse me? Oh, why do I have to do this every 5 minutes? That's what I need to do. No. Make test clean. And then run the acceptance test. I think that's good. Done. And then make test acceptance. There we go. Okay. So let's get back to GitHub. Let's get back to the origins of this. So pass Docker machine into the IP of Cypress test. So we've done Cypress. That's already done. We've also, for giggles, put in the one for the acceptance test as well, because I didn't realize when I was writing this issue that would also be an issue. That would also be a problem. So that's gone through. I just want to see either a cross or a tick. We got a tick. Okay, cool. I'm going to log this out. And of course, I have a make file for this, make command for this. If I was to evaluate the shell and then run make log critical, that will return any critical errors. It will grep the output. And at the moment, they seem to all be passing, which is great. Although that one hasn't been ticked. Oh no, they're all the same. They're many steps. I see. 2 steps in one. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Right, so let's just remove that. What I'll do is I'll do a git status. So we changed our make file. Let's do a git diff on that. We changed our make file. Let's just make sure I haven't put anything silly in here. So we changed, we added this, we removed that, we replaced it with the shell. Docker compose. Can I put in my the clean thing in here? Because that would be helpful. Yeah, let's do that, because that would be handy. Because I'm having to do that every so often. It's really frustrating. So it would be clean. I think I just had it there, didn't I? Clean. Here. That's the command I need. So we need to do docker compose up -d of test and clean and exe. Actually, I don't need to do that, do I? Because it's on the same container. This one is on the same container as app. So it would be here. It'll be here. Bin clean and code set run acceptance. Yes. So what's going on here? Have we got failure? No, we've got 7 passing tests. That's all good. Let's run that again just to make sure that we've got the clean going in. Oh, no, it's failed. Uncaught exception. That was the same error I had before, wasn't it? Get class methods. Bin app. Bin code sep. Bin code sep clean. And bin code sep run. Code sep. Okay, let's not do that. If it fails, it fails. Let's remove it. Let's run it again. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right, we know that's going to pass. Okay, so let's get back to the diff. So that's good. Docker compose rm Cypress of this. Yes, that's fine. And the app mode doesn't do anything. So that's been removed. Okay, cool. So git commit -m passing IP into tests. Make file. Okay, what else have I changed? The Docker Compose file. Let's do a git diff of this one. Docker compose.yaml file. We're passing in the server IP here. Cypress IP. Cypress. Okay, so again, this is the same thing as that one, and this one should just be passing in server IP. So git git diff of tests acceptance. It should just be a case of passing that in. Yes, it is. I'm going to put in server IP. Into test suite and tests acceptance. Okay, that looks good. Let's do a git push. Of origin, sorry. It's test IP. That goes up, and if we go to here, we want to do a compare and pull, but we want to change this to be, instead of the main thing, we want to do dev rebuild. And we should see here that we've got these changes going through. Nice, nice, nice. And it is a bug fix. Fixes, and I can't remember which one this was. It was something to do with, might be able to move CMS, remove, no. Is it pass Docker machine into Cypress tests? There we go. Fixes this. And we're merging it into this one. If we did a create pull request, boom. Okay. Now, I'm not going to worry about the Circle CI stuff because that's running off of that will listen to this, which is fine, but it's mostly for the main stuff. So it will probably fail, but that's fine. We're going to merge this in. There we go. So now if we did git checkout, develop rebuild, did a pull, bring those in, and now if I did a git branch, I mean, I'll probably tidy this up at the end of the day, to be fair. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just tidy this all up at once. Okay, so the next issue that I'll look at is, did that actually get removed? I did fixes rather than closes, didn't I? Yes. So I referenced it, but I didn't close it. Fool. All right. Okay, so that was a little bit of a head scratcher. We're gonna just take a different route now and do some quick wins, I think. So this is to do with these enhancements. So like moving things into various bits and pieces, removing stuff if they're not needed. So we'll do some removal, I think, some removal stuff. We'll start with the utils. I think that's probably a good shout. Because the utils, so this is all legacy stuff from when this was an API, which it no longer is. So we've got some bits and pieces here like schemas and response, and in utils we have a JSON handler, which we can remove, I think. So I'm going to keep everything to fixes, because then at the end of the stream what I can do is do a grep and remove all branches that start with fixes. That's probably wise. So we'll do git checkout -b, and we'll do fixes / utils remove. Groovy. So it's a bit of a pointless class, this one. It's not pointless. It was my way of doing a sort of a check around the JSON decode sort of thing. This was back in the day when it was API driven. So the idea with this is to remove it, run the unit tests. In fact, I very much doubt I have any unit tests. Oh no, tell a lie, we do have a JSON handler. All right. So yes, okay. Let's remove it. Let's remove the file. Off it goes. Well, before I do that, let's just make sure that everything does work. Let's do make tests. It's probably wise to run this first, make sure that we are running off of some stable ground, you know. So this make tests routine will do a whole bunch of stuff. It will do PHP beautifier, it will do, which is done here, CBF. It will do code sniffing for a bit of security. It will do PHP stan. It's also done PHP MD, so it's doing a load of stuff. So this is PHP stan level 8, I believe it is, the highest one it can be. And then after this, so this is this massive make file at the bottom, make command here. So it's done that, done that, done that, done that. Yes. Now it's doing an entity validation, which is done. So the schema is now valid. Now it's doing cache clear, which it should have done. Come on. Then after that, it's doing a test clean. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Right, there we go. Now it's doing the test clean. Now it's doing a database dump. So it's restoring the test database. Then it's running make tests. Now make tests runs all of the codeception suite. Now this is probably where it's going to error because the acceptance test will need the server IP. Bugger. So really, I shouldn't be running this. Dang. Really, I should be doing a make tests acceptance because that deals with the Docker jobby down here. Okay, we'll just see. It might work because we ran it before. I don't know. Eval. Just gonna have a dive into the logs a minute. var. That doesn't look good, does it? Come on. Getting impatient here. I got bugs to fix. I'm thinking in the future about changing all of this to be Cypress rather than Selenium, just because Cypress, it seems to be so much faster than having this running off of Selenium. I need to do a bit of investigation to see if there's anything that we need Selenium for, as in things that Cypress just won't deal with. Okay, so that's erroring, and I'm not getting anything in the logs, which probably means that it can't access the IP address, which is probably why it's taking so long, because it's timing out, which is lasting 30 seconds for each one. Yeah, all right. Right. This needs to be test acceptance. Right, because then that's going to run the test acceptance jobby with the IP address. Then it needs to be test unit. In fact, let's do the units first. There we go. All right, let's just let's do that now. So it's going to take a while because it's going to go through the whole shebang again. But I just want to make sure that it is wired up. We're still logging out the stuff, so if anything comes to pass, I'll see it here. Let's get rid of that window at the top because that's pointless. Make a bit of room. Don't know why it keeps saying failed to open this particular DE and then underscore. Don't know what that's all about. Yeah, and then once this is done, we will once we've ran through all the tests. We will remove the file, run it again. Here we go. This is running all the unit tests. Off it goes. Okay, 333 done. Now it's doing the acceptance tests, which and now because I've changed it to run test acceptance rather than just run tests. This IP address gets injected through, and we can see that it is hitting the back end. So we just have to wait for that to be ticked. Ow. I've seen them all pass, so I just want one green tick because then I know that it's been it's set up, and I can see the logs here, so I can actually see it doing actually connecting. Here we go. So we got a green tick, so that passed. Okay, we'll just let it roll. Right, so the challenge here is to work out whether this is needed. I don't think it is. However, we do have a test. So what I'm going to do is remove the file. Where are you? Delete. And we're going to remove this test as well. And then we'll rerun the tests. So I'll just kill this. And then that will verify that the tests should still pass. And then I'll do a little quick click about on the site on the front end, just to make sure. And we'll do a rinse and repeat for the other ones because there's a few. There's this one. And then there's schemas and response and entity maker. So the one that may cause an issue is the entity maker. So we'll just let this roll through. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. I'll be back very shortly. It's just I've run out of tea. And I'll let this roll through. But I'll be back in a few minutes. See you on the other side. Hello. So it failed. There's a surprise. Cannot auto wire abstract category controller. So this is why we have tests, people. This is why we have tests. Because I thought I would just remove that and everything's hunky-dory, but oh no. Oh no. So this is abstract controller, right? So let's find that. Here we go, JSON handler. Don't need it. Don't need it. Okay. It's doing a parent construct. This might be more tricky than I thought. Yeah. It never is easy, is it? Okay, so. And we remove this from here. And let's tidy up our imports. And tidy up the imports on here. Okay. There. Right. Okay. Why do I think I've just ruined a lot of stuff? Right. That failed. That failed on many things. I didn't scroll up. That failed on many things. It failed on Stan, PHP Stan. So let's quickly run Stan. So yes, I have a make file for that, a make command for that. So that would be static analysis. Make static analysis. So we don't have to run through the whole thing again. But I'm nervous. I've removed a lot of stuff. And it might be... I know that there's a bunch of files in the controller section for things that I don't Oh, no, I have removed them. No, sorry, forgive me. No, I have removed them. Is this gonna pass, though? Is this... No, it's failed. Auth controller. Abstract user, abstract tag. I've got a feeling these abstract files aren't required because this is the legacy. This is off of the back of the APIs that we don't have anymore. Can you see they're all grayed out? I reckon I can get rid of them. Let's do a little bit of a little bit of drastic stuff. So that was a tag. We've got category as well, which is this one. Is that being used anywhere? It is API abstract category. Or was that the same file? No, they are all the same file. Yeah, they are all the same file. I'm going to remove it. I think. My CMS doesn't need it, does it? No. Front end doesn't need it. There is a task to create a CMS folder and put all the CMS ones in here just to make a definite split. Let's get rid of that. What else? The abstract controller itself. Okay, we'll leave that. Controller, abstract course controller, which is this one. You're not... Let me see, are you used anywhere in here? Nope. Nope. So I think I can get rid of you. Abstract course view. Yeah, because when I had an API, all of the controllers extended an abstract controller, which then extended the FOSS REST controller, which is another thing I need to remove. Abstract resource controller. That can probably go too. I say probably go. I'll find out soon enough. Tag controller I've already done. Abstract user controller, that can probably go. Quite brutal, this one. Auth controller. Auth controller. Yep, that can go. Okay. Anything else? Right. Let's run that again and see if there's any issues with me doing that. There is one. So abstract controller. Now this one is interesting because I think CMS controller, abstract controller extends abstract controller is it's the framework. It's not my abstract controller. I'm going to get rid of this and see if that has blown anything up. This is why I like having all my makefile commands and my tests, because I can do this kind of stuff, which on the face of it is quite brutal. It's like, deleting things. But I'm confident because now I'm going to run my unit tests. Okay, class auth controller used in app controller auth controller is not found. App controller auth controller. Hey, what? Class app controller auth controller used for service cannot be found. Register controller argument. I wish it would say which test it was using. In line 79. Make test unit. I don't know. We might have to jump into the container, which we are in, and just do bin code sep run unit. Okay, now can we do -v? Is it V like that? VV. Okay, so we now have a stack trace. Doesn't tell me though. All right, let me just grab that, and let me just do that, and then do all services. Haha. All right. Okay. See, again, this is legacy stuff. I don't need this. This is yeah, the FOSS auth stuff. Don't need it. Bye bye. Right, let's run the tests again without VV. Let's do it outside the container. This is when we had an OAuth server. If I was to do that again, have an OAuth server, create an API, I would probably have it as a separate project, I think, away from this. Okay. So that's good. They're all hunky-dory. Let's just double check the static analysis. I'm sure it's fine. Groovy. And I'm just going to do make tests just to run the whole shebang. Okay, so I think that we have sorted that out. I'm also going to do a quick click about because, you know, that was a brutal change. So I think it kind of warrants a little sniff on the website. Although the problem is it's doing all of this stuff. Let me kill it for a second. We know all that passes. Let's do a make. I need to do a make db restore prod. Now it's not prod data, it's just another set of data that I've got. So if we do a refresh here, and worry as to why it's taking so long. Why are you taking so long? Come on. Here we go. Okay, so the front end works, which is good. Let's click about. Let's do books. Excellent. Let's do pricing. Do a little bit of regression testing. You know, it's just because you got your unit tests and your acceptance tests, it's you know, you can't always rely on those. That's not going to capture everything. So, okay, we got the courses in here. Let's click on one. Let's do blah 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 blah. Docker for beginners. Yes, click on one of these. I think it's fine. Groovy. It's all good stuff. All good stuff. Let's do there is a bug here. Look at that. That's not good. Just noticed that. It's cut off. Let's capture that quickly. Let's go to is it just on the courses page? Let's click on pricing a minute. Yeah, pricing's fine. Courses is fine. Click on one of these. I'll put a bug in for this. That is fine. It's when you actually get to a tutorial. Yeah, I'll quickly just put a bug in for this one. It's a bug report. It is a code issue. I kind of need to have another one here, isn't it, for like design issues, UI issue or something like that. Okay, so it's primary. It's header menu. Header menu. Bottom margin. But header menu bottom cut off. There we go. And I'll just put in click here. Notice bottom margin on the header menu is cut off. Right. Assign to myself. Labels is a bug. Do I have anything in here like UI or anything nice? No. I won't worry about that. Design. Dependencies help wanted. No. That's fine. Projects is obviously this project. And milestones, it needs to be done by Q1. Submit. This stream was all about fixing bugs, not finding them. Never mind. It's always the way it goes. Okay. Right, let's get back to what we were doing. We were just doing a little quick regression test, weren't we? Let's just do a quick login. Because we have changed parts of it. So let's just quickly looks fine. That looks good. I'm logged in. Let's log out. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's I think that was all I needed to do for that one. So let's do a git status. Okay, so we removed a bunch of stuff. And what was the thing we did for the makefile? Git diff makefile. We oh yeah. We adjusted the tests to do the Docker to do the test unit and test acceptance separately. Let's just put that in as a separate commit. So git commit -m. So changing the order of tests and using Docker commands. And this is on the makefile. What did we do for the services? I don't remember what we did. Oh, that was we did we changed something, didn't we? Git config services. Yes, we removed the auth controller. So actually, in fact, this is the same as all the other bits, right? So if we did git status, we should only see status. Right. Yes, just the removal of the JSON handler and the other bits, right? So let's do git commit -am, removing. We'll do auth controller and JSON handler. All right, there we go. Git push. Off it goes. Of course, I need to do git push origin every time. Fixes utils. Remove. That's what we're doing. Off it goes. Right. Don't worry about these issues here. That's off of main. I've sorted those out already in our rebuild branch. So when that gets merged into main, it should all be sorted. So we'll do a poll. I mean, I suppose I could just do it through the command line. Getting a bit lazy, aren't I? Git check out. Let's copy that. No, we'll do it properly. We'll do it through here. So yeah, we just need to change this to be the rebuild branch, and then we just do a create pull request, and we do fixes or closes, and it is just gonna have to do this manually. Merge pull. Off you go. Okay. Git checkout. Groovy. Okay. Next one. Next hitter. Next thing to do is the next bug. Issues. remove the, we've done that. That's the one I've just done. Let's close that down. Let's do the schemas. That's a big one. Let's do the schemas. So, same deal as we've done before, rinse and repeat. Git checkout -b and its fixes, but this time it's schemas. And what we're doing is removing these things. So these schemas were based on returning APIs in the JSON API schema. It's a shame to see all this code go, but it's just... I'm not using it anymore. Okay, so again, we need to fix the tests as well. My tests are going to get smaller and smaller and smaller as I start making the code leaner and leaner and leaner. Right, what's the best way to do this? Have a slap on my tea first. Okay, so I think the best thing to do here, we know that the unit tests and the PHP stand pass beautifully, so it should be. But the thing is, this schemas, it relies on package, so that can go, that can go, that can go, that can go. Yeah, because it relies on a lot of things, which we don't need. So yeah, I guess first up, what we should do is remove all this, right? And then off you go. We'll run the tests, right? So we'll do make test unit. Now that should fail at some stage. Why are you taking so long? It'll be embarrassing if I don't have any tests for this. Yes, there are errors. There's lots of errors. Woo! Okay. Yes, all of these are basically translations of responses. And you see this is the JSON API exception jobby that I need to get rid of. So this is a third-party thing. Okay, let's just quickly go through all those a minute. We're on 5. That's the same one. I just want to see if there's anything that is a little bit out of the ordinary. Doesn't look it. It's just that. Okay, so there were 55 errors. Okay, so in order to fix those, we need to remove them. So if we go to schemas, we get rid of all those. Where's the delete thing gone? Delete. Here we go. I just didn't see the option. Okay, so now let's run through the tests again. Make test clean. I haven't found a pattern as to when I need to do that yet. It usually happens when I do my acceptance tests. I don't know why. I don't know. whatever. I've dramatically reduced the amount of tests I've got now. I'm hoping all of this will pass. No. Okay. JSON encoder tag, JSON encoder test. Okay. Where is that? Response. I thought I could get away with removing my responses separately, but I might have to do this together, which is a bit frustrating. Dear. All right, let's remove the responses. I was hoping I could do this in a separate ticket, but whatever. Let's get rid of those two and get rid of this. Right, now let's run the tests again. Make test clean. Test unit. So hopefully this should all pass. It's quite yes. It's gone from like 330 odd to 267. That's shameful. Okay, let's now do let's do static analysis. So PHP stan. Good stuff. Okay, so now I think we are in a good place to remove this stuff. So I'm going to get into the container, which I'm in here. Do I have Composer on here? Yes. I do on the dev container. Composer. Why did that not autocomplete? Okay, Composer remove. Boom. And I think we can also remove this one as well, although I just want to double check whether the API doc is being used anywhere. I don't think it is, but we'll see. It was before. I think I have, apart from in the environment variables, obviously in Composer, the log file, the root. Okay. Okay, so that's removed that one, and it's also removed the cause one as well. Okay, fine. No, hang on. I did tell it to remove the cause one. Is that what I need to do? I thought I was going to remove the other one. That one. I think I may have just removed something I need. But we'll see. Perhaps not, because that would indicate... okay. Come on. Right, we're going to remove this one now. Once this is done. And then we'll run all the tests, and then we'll see everything fail. I suppose down here I should do git status, and we can commit as we go, right? Because it's just going to be these two that and all of this stuff, which is going to be right. Let's remove the other one as well whilst we're at it. This one. And whilst it thinks about what it's doing, I will deal with the Git stuff. So it's all of that. Git commit. Removing encoders. Now, can I do that? No. That's annoying. Please tell me I don't have to do. I'm not going to be putting out all of these files individually. Is there a way of doing a Git commit wildcard? Is that how do I add multiple files within the same commit using git add, git commit? Oh right, okay. So sorry. Yes, these are all. This is fine. It's the red ones that aren't staged. That's fine. And the red ones are the ones that we don't want to do with this. Okay, that's cool. So we can do git commit. Gotcha. There we go. So we did git status now. It should just be the composer stuff. Good. Okay, so we just got to wait for this to do its thing. Because then I can just revert these back. You know, I've done the code work. Now this is just dealing with the dependencies. Okay. Okay, so that's gone. We definitely still need the UUID, and I think we can get rid of this one too. Now I could do all this in one command, sure, but just doing it methodically at this stage. We're also going to get rid of this one as well, and this one. Yeah, I'm doing all right, thank you. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I'm going to try your username again. Thank you for coming back. Is it Salik Taze? Is that Taze? Salik Taze? Salik Taze. Thank you very much. I'm good. I'm doing all right. I'm making progress. We're about 3 or 4 bugs down, which is good. So it's getting there. I'm just I mean, essentially, this used to be an API-based application, and I'm removing the API and tidying it up. That's essentially what this is. So I've done all the hard work in terms of like building the site. Now it's a case of removing the API endpoints, removing the dependencies that they required, and trying to do this in a way that doesn't break the site. So once that's done, I'm going to remove this one. This one might be a bit difficult, that one. I just want to do this all in one, sort of, one by one. It's a bit slow, I know, but I'm trying to do this methodically. I really should be running the tests after I do each one, to be fair. But my thinking is that I really should have ran the tests between each one, but never mind. I'm sure it all fell, and I'll find out what the problem is somehow. I think that's all I need to get rid of. And this one, sorry. Which one am I removing at the moment? It is the REST bundle. Yeah, it's nice to make this a little bit more streamlined. No, I built the API myself. There wasn't any kind of like third-party sort of thing I was using. It was just, I just built the roots and built the API endpoints. Originally, this was all in microservices. This is how crazy this project's got. We've gone full circle. So all of these various different things used to be in their own separate projects, which I still have floating about on my laptop. So we had a microservice for authentication, authorization. We had a microservice for the courses. We had a microservice for the blog. We had a microservice for all sorts of stuff. It was getting quite crazy, and because it's only me doing this stuff, it just got very unmanageable. Every service had its own database, and it just got crazy. So, and then, and the front end was in Gatsby, and I took the decision about 3 weeks ago to actually bring everything back into Symfony, including the front end, including the CMS, everything in Symfony, and not use Gatsby. Just because it was, again, getting very unmanageable, dealing with two separate systems, essentially, on my own. So, this is what this experiment has been for the past 3 weeks. So I'm just sort of in the process at the moment of doing a tidy up. So that's been removed, so we'll remove this one too. I want to leave that one because this one is to do with, this one brings in social login. So we'll get rid of this one. Why did I choose Gatsby to begin with? That is a very good question. A very good question. So I was building static sites anyway. Oh, come on. Why can't I copy that in? Paste. Thank you. So, I was building a couple of static sites anyway, and I just thought, because of the attack surface would be smaller and the speed would be greater, I thought I would try it out, and I was really into static sites for those reasons. But the thing is, it got a it's a weird one. I feel quite guilty about it because I wanted to learn React, and I was using this project to do that. I wanted to learn React more because I had built static sites before in the past, and I was up for this challenge. But the thing is that I didn't realize how big of a project this would be in a static site. There are many. Oh dear, we've got a problem. We've got many pages, and the build started taking time to actually build it. Plus, I was finding all sorts of problems with. I was having to do lots of workarounds with actually building different types of tools to do simple things that I would just normally do on a Symfony site. I could have used, at the time, Next.js wasn't as big as it is, so I didn't use that. Right, there's no extension for the configuration of Right. That kind of makes sense. So if we go into... yes, I remember this one. I had to create this myself, didn't I? I won't go into packages, and it's Fosso Auth. That can go. Bye-bye. Let's just run that again. I'm a contractor, and throughout this project has been going on for yonks. I've obviously had lots of different projects in a contractor's role. Some have been static sites, some have been PHP. I'm like I said, full stack dev. So at the time, I was leaning towards front end stuff. At the time. It's funny how things change. But I was blinded by thinking that I was blinded by all the new technology out there, and I was like, microservices is the way to go. API first. It's the way to go. And I was so intrigued by it that I was just blind to all the negative issues that I was facing with, build times, maintenance, security. It's embarrassing to think about it now as to, I was so pig-headed. That was what I wanted to do, and I just ran with that, and I was having all sorts of arguments with myself, like, I need to do this now. I need to build a microservice for this, and I was trying to think of ways to do it, and it was like I never questioned whether or not the architecture was solid. I was like, no, it needs to be in microservices, or it needs to have a Gatsby front end. I went for so long doing it, and I just ended up digging myself a hole. So I was running with the microservice for a long time, and I learned my lesson there with that. And this experiment of bringing it all back in from Gatsby into Symfony, I gave myself 3 weeks. Today is the last day of that. And I'm hoping to get as many of these issues done. I mean, it's just tidy up work now. The core of it, all the templates, all the login, all the bits and pieces work, right? So, I'm happy to say that Symfony is probably the way for me to go now. But yeah, after the hoo-ha of the microservices lasting for a very long time, I thought, when I was getting doubts about Gatsby, I thought I would give myself 3 weeks to prove whether or not I could do this quicker in Symfony. And I rebuilt the front end in a weekend. I was like, let's get it done. And it was just so simple. Like, all the things that I was having to build workarounds for because it was static, because I needed user interactions, because I needed server-sided rendering, all of that stuff. I didn't need. I didn't need to go through all that pain. However, I am glad I did, because I've learned so much. I've learned a load. So okay, that's all gone through, and if we did git status on this, we can see that we've removed all of this configuration, and we've changed the lock file and the composer file and the bundles and the Symfony lock. So what I'm going to do is just do a make static analysis first. We'll make sure that nothing relies on the packages that I've just removed. Yeah, it really has. Red rambles. It's given me. I won't be tackling a project like this again. Like, we have an issue here. I won't be tackling like a project like this. I'll always be questioning myself now. You know, is this actually the thing I want to do for the project, or is this the thing that I want to do because I'm a developer? Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I had the experience. It's just like taken so long to get to this point. Right, data fixtures, client fixture. Okay, so there's a problem with the fixtures, and obviously these entities don't. Yeah, I needed to remove those. So I need to remove the entities, which means I'm going to have to run a migration. That's going to be fun. Right, so it's this, and this, and so it's access token, auth code, client, refresh token, and that. They can all go, because I'm not using those anymore. Okay, so, and then it's the fixtures, data fixtures, client fixtures. That can go to. Okay, let's run that again. Oh, no problem. I talk about it. I mean, I've got a YouTube channel, How to Code Well, and I also have a podcast, howtocodewell.fm, and I talk about this stuff, you know, on a weekly basis. I'm quite. it's quite a raw experience, this, because I basically just say it how it is, you know. This project is supposed to be an e-learning platform, and there's lots of plans that I've got for it in the future, but I just need to get it off the ground. What is going on here? Course code. Have I just removed code? Oh dear. I've removed the wrong thing. That's not good. Show history. Come on. No. Where are all my... Oh, that's in data fixtures. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's in here. I'm glad I didn't run any migrations. Local history, show history. Code. I want that back. Yes. Thank you. All right, let's run that again. Hopefully that'll be all right. Yeah, Symfony is great. I really do dig Symfony. I've been a Symfony developer since like Symfony 1 days. I really do dig it. Really, really do. And I've used a lot of PHP frameworks over the years. I've used PHP frameworks that don't really exist anymore. Or they've evolved and changed into something that entity client. I thought I got rid of that. Oh no. I got rid of code, not client. Same with JavaScript. I've used loads of JavaScript frameworks that don't really exist much. Well, they do exist, but not as they used to in their heyday, like jQuery, for example. and Motools and Mootools, I think it's called, and yeah, the other crazy little libraries and frameworks. Actionscript. When I was at university, I did a whole module on Actionscript, and Apple sorted that out, didn't they, with Flash? Okay, what's going on here? Child process, error, exit code 255, PHP notice. It has an invalid argument. That doesn't look good. Eh? I love these error messages where it doesn't actually give you much information as to what actually failed, apart from it was a child process that had an exit code of 255, whatever that is. A PHP notice require once read of that amount of bytes. I'm gonna just try it again. It might be one of those cases of just turn it off and turn it on again. Yeah, I used Cake PHP when it first came out as well. Code Igniter. Yeah, Zend. Gosh, wow. Yeah, it was a restart of the machine. Okay, that's all good. We're going to run the unit tests now. These will probably, some of these will probably fail because I have removed some of the entities. Make test unit. I haven't used Falcon. That I haven't used. Wouldn't mind playing with Falcon one day. Laravel, Lumen. I've got some things in production on Lumen. Cool, that's good. Concrete 5, doing a lot of that at the moment. 267. There was another one. Yi. Oh gosh, I did not get on with Yi. The Yi framework. That was painful. Or at least when I was doing it. It's probably improved now. But I was doing it probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And I just did not like it. I just didn't get on. Okay, so those passed. Let's see now. I would have thought they failed, but okay. I don't like it when I remove code and then I run a test and nothing fails. Suspicion. Okay, swiftly moving on. Let's do test acceptance. Actually, let's just do make tests. The Unruly Hotfixer. I love that username. Used to like Actionscript. Made a lot of cool animations with it. Yeah. So when I was at uni, the course I was on was web development and e-commerce. And it had a game sort of module in it where we had to build games. And we were using 3D animation using 3D Studio, and we were bringing that into Flash as MP4s, and then we were manipulating the Flash. We were manipulating the movie clips by ActionScript. So when you pressed, I don't know, I did something where I was a robot landing. I was in a spaceship. I landed. A robot came out and then it went into a tunnel, and it was basically like a first-person shooter with a gun. All of this stuff was all rendered out in Studio Max. I can't remember any of this now in terms of how to do it, but it was fun. And anyway, this robot you were controlling, you were pressing the arrow keys, and then there was a space bar, and you press the space bar and it would fire its gun, and basically it was going through this maze that you plotted out in Actionscript. And when it got to a door, you could open the door by pressing the enter key, or you could fire using the spacebar. And then at certain points, I had set up these animated worms. Sounds ridiculous now. So you'd open up a door and this worm would appear, and you would have to fire, and it would give you a couple of like seconds, and you had to fire your weapon to shoot the worm. Sounds nuts, right? That was fun. That was really fun. We also did some like Pong games with Actionscript and all that jazz, which was great. So there was that sort of element of the course, and then there was the other element of building e-commerce sites using PHP and Java and Oracle and XML and JavaScript and all that other good stuff. But we're talking many moons ago. God, aging myself now. I've never heard of, I'm going to butcher this, is it Kohan? Which is a fork of CodeIgniter. Ah, never heard of that one. I think I played with CodeIgniter for about a month, I think. And it was one of those things where it was like I was given the capacity at the place I was at the time to investigate frameworks. So, and we chose with Symfony in the end. Symfony for some things and Cake PHP for others. Again, going back years. Okay, that all passed. Woohoo! Even the acceptance test passed. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's do a migrations diff and see what excuse me. See where we're at with things. I need to do a bin console. I never remember this command. It's like migration status, migration diff, or something like that. That one. We'll do a status first, just to see where we're at with things. That's good. That's what I wanted to see. Everything's good. Everything's groovy. Let's do a diff now. All right, let's do. I would normally cat that out. Let's just see what that looks like. In where would that live? Migrations. Woo. This one. Okay, so we are dropping the foreign keys, and then we're dropping those tables, and they are the only tables I want to drop. That is correct. And on the up, we are doing quite the opposite. I think that's safe. He says, famous last words. Let's run a migrate. Yes. Woohoo! Okay, that's good. Right, now, with this application, when I do an acceptance test, it will rebuild the database from a point that is known. So, what I need to do is I have a make command for this somewhere. I'm sure. I usually have. It is test. That's the restore one. That's restoring. I want this one, which is no, not that one. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's not reset. No, it's not reset. It's backup. It's that one. That's what I need. So we can do it down here. Make db test backup. So that's just gonna fire it into the SQL, which is fine. This is all test data. It's fine. I'm okay with the test password at this stage. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, that's good. So just to make sure that works, I'm going to do come out of this, and I'm going to do make test acceptance. Because, like I said, after each one of these things, it's going to drop the database and then recreate the database from that SQL file. Yeah. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I know that a lot of companies, at the time, they were using... I was just reading your notes on Unruly Hotfixer. I remember at the time when Flash was huge, and you remember you had the mini games or whatever it was, a website which had loads of like Flash games. A lot of companies were using that for... like e-learning companies were using that for doing like e-learning courses. Actionscript and Flash, which was a potential profession or sort of avenue to go down, was to build these Flash animations or to actually code the back end of the Flash animations. We did a lot of stuff with ActionScript and XML, so reading XML files or just reading CSVs, external data and putting that data somewhere as well. But I'm glad I didn't, because Flash died. Okay, that's looking good. I'm happy with this. This is all good stuff. This is the reason why it's taking so long. Is it, like I said, kills the database after each one, resets it back. We should also do integration tests as well. Test integration. This one also does the DB rebuild stuff. This is testing the database. Excellent. Okay. Good. Okay, so that's I think I'm happy with this now. If we did git status. So there's a fair amount. I'll probably put that in a single commit somewhere. Yeah, let's do that now. Git commit minus m. Migration for removing OAuth tables. All right. Oh, no. Oh, I need to do a git add. There we go. Right. Let's do a diff of composer.json, and I want to get all of this stuff. So it's that, because I want to put all of this in a commit message. So I'm just going to just put this down here. And oops, down there, bundle with an E, not W. That was a REST bundle. There was this one. There was this one. Just so when I search back through the Git commits, I can see which I can search via. Right, now I'm going to grab this and I'm going to do git commit minus am, removing all of this stuff. There we go. Now I'm going to do git push origin fixes schema as remove. Off it goes. Clear that down. Yes, I'm using Z-Shell. Definitely. Yeah. It was one of those, like, I was late to the party of ZShell. ZSH. Zish, whatever you call it, however you call it. I was late to the party. I'm using Oh My ZShell 2. You're not at the party yet. It's good. I rely heavily on this. I really do. And also, where it's a dot there and a plus there. What is really useful is this, right? So if I did, I'll do it up on this one. So if I did an ls of this, let's do a vim vi of one of these things. Doesn't matter. Let's do a make file. Let's do readme. There we go. So I'm going to just crack into here. Sorry, and let's just create like exclamation marks. Come out of you. Sorry, escape. Off you go. Right. See now that's turned yellow. Right. I can do git stash save. We'll do this, for instance. So save untracked changes. There we go. That's now gone to 1. So I can see what has been tracked and what is untracked. Of course, that hasn't actually changed the README file. It's stashed it, which is great. So now I can do git stash drop and get rid of it. So now it brings it back to what it was before. Which I rely heavily, probably too much, on this. My little GUI here. I have no idea if it's a default on Mac. Not a clue. I don't know. Not sure. Apparently it is. Red Rambles are saying yes. Cool. Right, so, whoops. I think I am good with that bug. That issue. Remove schemas if not required. And that has actually turned into something bigger than that, hasn't it? Always the way. So we're going to do a compare and pull. And it's a bug fix. And I won't bother with any of this stuff. I mean, it's just me doing this project, so it really depends on how anal I want to be with it. This is the branch I want to push it into, because the other branch has still got the API in, and the idea is that once I'm happy and done all of these issues, I will then do a merge request from the develop rebuild into main once everything is ticked off and good, and then I'll delete the old develop branch, and then I'll rename this to the developer. I'll replace them essentially. That's my thinking. Anyway, let's create the pull request, and let's see. We don't worry about Circle CI at this stage. That's just something I was messing about with. I just want to see. Oh, 61 files. Wow, scary. This is why I just want to go through them all. Right, so that's good. We won't go through every single one because a lot of this is all red. So deleted. This is... I'm more concerned with the stuff I've added rather than the stuff I've removed. That's fine. Symphony lock file. What's that? Oh, that's the SQL dump. Okay. Cool. Before I press that big scary green button, I swear they should change the color of the merge button to be red. Before I do that, let's just do a quick... I know I've just done all the tests and everything's hunky-dory, but let me just Let me just at least press refresh on the actual front end of the thing. Now it's only got test data in at the moment, so the images will disappear, but we can get them back by doing a no, that's fine. Well, I know why. That's fine. I just want to click on stuff. Yeah, fine. Okay, I'm happy with that. Good. All right. Conversation. Merge. Confirm. Delete. Okay. Scary times. So we did have 16 to begin with, but then we added another one. So this is a UI issue. Now that fixed this one. It also fixed this one. Can I do a multiple close, or do I have to go into each one and close them? I think I have to go into each one individually and close. That's closed. I'm basically using this like a things to do list, to be fair. And this one is off. Close that one down. Right, okay, we're getting there. Very slowly, but we're getting there. There's so much to do. Okay, right, the next one, I suppose, the next one is this one. Let's deal with that one. So this is removing the entity maker. Again, this is another thing that was from the API. Let's check out the develop branch. Pull it all down. Check out -b fixes. We'll keep to the fixes naming convention, because then I can use a grep to remove them all. In a wildcard thing. So fixes, and then this is entity maker. I'm hoping this is going to be far simpler than the others that we were just playing with. So the entity maker is essentially just a class in here. It's the user maker, which essentially just builds the user. And I was using this for a means of wrapping the when the API came in, we would just pass in the username, password, and email, and it would just make that. And I'm not using this anymore, so I don't think. Where am I? I might be using it. Hang on, let me see, because this is heavily around the registration. So if we did, yeah, I just saw the send email and I'm like, oh dear. So where would this live? This would live in controller front end. I don't think we do that anymore. Let me have a look at the security section for a second, and also, so that's fine. Forgotten password is user manager get mailer. We're using it from the user manager this time, not the, yeah, that's fine. That's okay. And then the registration should not have anything to do with the user maker. Nope. Okay, cool. It is a legacy thing. That's fine. Right, so again, pretty much the same before, rinse and repeat. We're going to just delete the class and then see what fails. We can delete that and the interface. Off it goes. And then we'll run make. We'll do static analysis first. So PHP stan on, I think it's level 8. I think it is. Let's have a look. PHP stan. Yeah, running level 8. So that's all good. Nothing wrong there. Let's do make unit tests. If I was a good boy, I would have got a test for this. So this should fail. We'll see. Ugh, tea's gone cold. So it's interesting that you're talking about Mac's Red Rambles, because I'm considering going back to Linux. Yeah. I did have 2 tests on this. Yeah, I'm considering going back to Linux. Cool. So these 2, good. Right. That's good stuff. Right, let's remove those tests in unit entity maker. There we go. We can remove all those. Run those again. Why? Well, that's a good question. Test clean. So I was solely on Linux for about 4 years. Test unit. There we go. And then I started building iOS apps. And so I needed to have and we're talking many years ago, so I needed to have Xcode to build iOS apps. So, and then many years and many Macs later, I'm not building any iOS apps anymore. And it's something that I've chosen not to do anymore. Yeah, basically, I'm just getting a bit old, and like I don't want to fill my head full of new stuff anymore. Like, you know, stuff that, well, no, that's the lie. But I just don't want to spread myself too thin. You know, find your niche and all that stuff. Anyway, that's a topic for another day. The question was, why am I going back to Linux? Yes, so this is because I don't actually need Macs now. Like, there was a need to have a Mac because I was buying an iOS thing, but there isn't actually a need. Like, I don't require it to do my job. All I need is Linux for what I do. And yeah, so I was running. I won't go into the ins and outs of it, you know, because of things. But one of the projects a project that I'm working on is taking up an enormous amount of resource, like a scary amount of resource. And I have a MacBook Pro from 2019, and it is the 16-inch MacBook Pro, and it's got 16 gigabytes of RAM, and it's starting to creak. It's starting to creak around the edges, and Apple is in a very weird position at the moment because of all the M1 stuff. You can't get an M1, a MacBook Air or a MacBook Pro, which has more than 16 gigabytes of RAM. So that means you would have to get an older MacBook Pro that doesn't have the M1 chip to get 32 and upwards. And it doesn't feel right to buy another Mac that has an older chipset than M1, even though there's a lot of things that don't support M1 right now, like Docker, for instance, and some of the homebrew stuff and other bits and pieces. You would end up struggling a little. Well, I would end up struggling with an M1 right now. In fact, there's some things I just wouldn't be able to do. So yeah, I'm itching to upgrade at the moment, but I'm basically blocked by the M1-ness at the moment because my next upgrade needs to be at least 32 gigabytes of RAM. Otherwise, it's just pointless. And I can't justify spending so much money on a MacBook Pro that doesn't have an M1 chip that is 32, maybe 64 gigs of RAM. I can't justify that price. So I've been looking into System 76 because they've got some really nice laptops. And I'm quite happy and comfortable working in Linux. I'm sure there'll be a whole lot of things that I miss. Whole lot of stuff that I miss. I mean, even in this stream today, I've been moving stuff across from one laptop to the other just using AirDrop. And I haven't even broken a sweat. So I would miss a lot of that. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. I need to wait until until there is full support for all the things I need before I consider getting an M1. And I just don't know if that will happen first, or whether the requirement of me getting something that is more RAM heavy would become first. I don't know. It's a bit of a race. And anyway, I was looking at the prices of System 76, and it just blows the Apple price out the water, really, doesn't it? I mean, sure, there's a lot of stuff you have to sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I just think that the programming sort of community, the dev community, is in this really weird position with M1s. You're either going to get the M1 because it's like, you know, first gen stuff, but I just can't run that risk. Like I just can't run the risk. I can't say to my client, I can't do that because I don't have the right chipset. You know, like imagine if as a contractor, imagine if on my first day of a new contract and someone says, oh, you need to do this in Docker. And I'm like, I can't. I physically can't. Or, you know, it would just be painful. It'd be an awkward conversation, let's just say. Yeah, and that's another thing. A lot of the companies that I've worked for in the last, say, 5 years have been Mac orientated. So you make a really good point there, Unruly Hotfixer. You kind of have to be comfortable being on your own. There seems to be this kind of like the de facto. If you're a developer, you have a Mac, right? So if you're a contract dev, you probably have a Mac, and the team that you're working in probably all have Macs, and that makes it so much easier when you're working on the same thing as everyone else. You're working on the same version of PHP Storm, you're working on the same operating system, you can share files amongst each other. You know, it just makes sense, right? If you are the only one in that team that has a Windows machine or a Linux machine, and they send you across a file that you can't open or deal with because your operating system, your software isn't the same, isn't compatible, then that is that's a problem. That's a barrier. So there is that, you know, all of the companies I've worked for, they all use Macs. Yeah, I haven't really thought of it like that before, but that's true. I mean, it's not like if I was to get a Linux laptop, it's not like I'm going to throw this Mac away. No, and it's not like this doesn't have any legs on it, so I can still do a lot of stuff. It's just in the last few weeks, or the last few months, in fact, I've been pushing it to the boundaries of what 16 gigabytes can do. I've been doing a lot of work on Elasticsearch. I've been doing a lot of heavy work in Docker world, and doing all sorts of various things with multiple containers, and it's starting to creak a little bit. Running scripts overnight. Anyway, yeah. Constantly throttling. The fan keeps coming on. Hey, Liquid Oxygen, thank you for joining. Thank you. Liquid Oxygen has primarily been a Linux for many years. And I do suggest if you've got a real smooth workflow. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I think holding out for an M1 to have full support is going to be my best bet. Yes, Linux Oxygen, you are the voice of reason. You always have been. Gosh. Whenever I have a whenever I have a question, I need to just speak to Liquid Oxygen, I think. Sit me down. And voice of reason, like a Yoda. I had to bootstrap a Windows dev for Node, and it took nearly straight a week to get him. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be that guy, do you? You do not want to be that guy. You don't want to be that one. I totally forgotten what I was doing. There was something to do with how to code well and the issues. I don't know. Where are we at? Which branch am I on? Who am I? Entity maker remove. There we go. We're going to remove this thing here. And have I done it yet? I can't remember. Have I done it? SRC is something. Yeah, I've removed it. And have I removed it from the tests? Yeah, I've done it. So that should now pass, which it has done. If I go up on there, we've just done that. So let's do static analysis and make sure that nothing is using it. It does. Yeah, it does. It does. That's the a real tricky thing when you're a contractor. When you just sort of like parachute onto a project, and the project's already in full swing, and you know that as soon as you start, you've got so much stuff to do. Like you've got bugs assigned to you, you've got features assigned to you, and you're having to just set up your environment. It's okay when you join, when you are at the start of a project, right? Because everyone's setting up their environment. Their environment hasn't even been defined yet. But when you come into a project and it's already live, and you can't be that person who's like, yeah, no, I still don't have it set up yet. Okay, that's this is all good. This is static analysis is running through. I'm gonna just do make tests of integration, because I know that some of the integrations may be using that maker, maybe potentially. I can't remember. We'll find out. So I worked for a company once, and everyone was on Windows. Like everyone was on Windows, and it was one of these sort of like things. Everyone had to have a Windows, and all the devs created virtual machines to put Linux on. It was like, no, we're using Linux. This is what we're going to use. But then, of course, you had different flavors of distros. Some were using Debian, and some was using like Red Hat, and it just got a bit, deb files, FPM files, not FPM, yum and apt-get issues. Cool. Okay, that passed. I think that is a good one to go. Excuse me, to go. I'm gonna just I think that's good to go. I think that was a nice quick jobby. It was this one, wasn't it? So let's just make sure if we did git status. Yeah, that's all I've removed. Git commit -am removing the entity maker. And git push origin fixes entity maker remove. Woo. The M1X does sound interesting. I just don't think it'll be in a position to be used for at least a year. At least. It probably won't be announced until next year. Or it will probably be... Yeah, I mean, we're only getting rumors right now, right? I mean, we don't actually have any hard and fast sort of announcements with that. I know that there's some issues as well with the M1 around having multiple displays, which may be a problem for me. I think there's a maximum, isn't there? Sorry, what am I doing? I need to get into GitHub. And it's this one. Woo! And it is a bug fix. I'm so lazy when it comes to these things. On my own projects, I'm just like, ugh. On other people's projects, it takes me ages to work from. That looks terrible. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm doing it in main. That's not good. No. Change the base. Don't want to be doing that. Did you see all those WIPs? This is because I do a lot of this work in the evenings, and I don't finish. I don't finish it every evening, so I just put in WIP and then push it up. Things. If I was to ever do How to Code Well full time, things will change. I promise. Okay, that's definitely in there. Yep. I'll be a little bit more strict on myself. Yeah, that's good. Okay, off you go. And if we go to issues now, that one there, we can get rid of it. Bye-bye. And what else have we got? Okay, so the live page not showing on the embedded Twitch streams, I still don't know what that's about. I'm starting to think it's got something to do with my configuration in Apache. I mean, it works fine on the static site. It just doesn't work here. The code notes is an issue that is probably going to take me a good few hours to sort of sort out. So the code notes, for those who don't know what on earth I'm doing, who's just watched someone do a lot of GitHub stuff and Docker and all that, and not actually seen the site. This is the site here, and it's got all of my courses. I'm probably gonna have to change the database to be fair to show you, but I can do that now. That's fine. If we did a Git checkout of develop rebuild, I probably should do this anyway. Make db restore prod. There we go. So if I was to refresh this now, I could just show you the beta site, but whatever. Yeah, sorry, I'll show you the beta site. This is a static site. This is the Gatsby one, the Gatsby version. So all of this is the courses that I've done on YouTube for programming and Python, Jekyll, Linux, MySQL, PHP, HTML. There's some JavaScript as well somewhere, Docker too. Yes. So the code notes, I can actually show you on this one because it works on the beta site. I need to log in. So this is the Gatsby site. If I did single courses, click on you again. Right. Okay. So we've got all the tutorials for this particular course. And if I scroll down here, we can see that we have some notes. This is called the code notes, and they're all highlighted nicely. And I think I've got some more on. Let's pick on one. That one. So yeah, you can see, it's highlighted using Prism.js. All of these notes are done in Markdown, and it's open source. So it's taking an open source project, a code notes, course notes, I think it's called, repo. And obviously with Gatsby, the way it was working was that when I did a build of the site, it would pull in all the Markdown files and then rebuild the pages, and it worked beautifully. It really did. But there's problems with Prism.js. I've got problems with Prism.js in Symfony. It's just not rendering out fully, and also the code to pull down the code notes isn't fully finished. So it's going to take a bit of time, so I probably won't get around to that. The 404 is an issue. I should deal with that. I really need to put these in priority order. These are writing tests for these things, so writing Cypress tests for this stuff. The upgrade of Symfony 5 can wait. I wish there was a way of putting priorities on these things. There probably is, and I don't know how to do it. And the social login is just, there's lots to do there. I've scoped it out. It's 19 tasks for this. So, I mean, these are quick, low-hanging fruit jobbies that I've been doing today. I really did want to get that done, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. GoPro button pricing does a 404, and then down here there is a test to check for 404 pages, because at the moment it just fails. And same with the page errors and the page not found. Yeah. I suppose I could just continue down this sort of stream. But the thing is, this isn't actually solving problems. This is just tidying up the code. Yeah, all right, let's solve a problem. Let's solve a problem. Which one? Let's do the code notes. It's going to take some time. Let's do the code notes. Just check my watch a minute. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Nobody's after me. It's good. So yeah, the code notes. Code notes. So let's do git checkout. Fixes. Code notes. Okay. Oh, sorry. -b. Yeah. It's been a long stream. Okay, so what I want to do with this is, I mean, as I've shown you, this is the notes that come through, right? And I already know that there's a problem with Prism.js not doing any syntax highlighting. It's not configured yet, so I'm more concerned in just showing the code note, because at the moment, if I go to the page, this is the local site. If I was to go to one of these things, well, I suppose I should just show you the one I was on, right? So if we did this one. I just saw the comment there. Git commit -m fixed a thing you were trying to figure out. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay, so the code notes are just not showing. Now, the way I've pulled it down, because obviously this isn't a static site anymore, it's Symfony, is we've got a external directory, and in an external directory we have this Git submodule, which is the code notes, which is our code notes. Duh. And then for each course we have a directory, and then in each directory we have a let's go to the one I was showing you, which is this one. We have notes and we've got transcripts. Transcripts are obviously the transcripts of the video, once I get round to doing them. And then the notes are the markdown files for each of the notes. And you can see that they're separated by, or they're named by the number, tutorial number, and then the tutorial slug. So this one here, which is the connection job, should be oh, why are you not working? Come on. Should be this one. So if I can get this in here, then I'm winning. Okay, so I have removed the code that I was playing with beforehand, which is a shame. So I'm going to have to re-put that all back again. So if we went to controller, and front end, and it's in lesson to controller, and it's down here. So we got the lesson slug. This renders that page, which is this one here. So we need to supply notes, code notes, code_notes. And we need to find the code notes. Now we know the slug of the lesson slug, and I think also at this stage, well, we've got the tutorial. So with the tutorial, we can get the course. So we could do course is equal to tutorial get course. And we can get the slug of the course, so course slug is equal to course. Now, obviously, this will go in a service somewhere, so don't worry. I won't put all this into the controller. This is just a proof of concept at this stage. So we have the course and the course slug. We have the tutorial slug set here. So what we need to do is find, we got the core code notes up here, is file, get contents, and the file name is, so there's obviously src controller front end. No, it's not. Sorry, it's telling me it's an external, isn't it? Somewhere here, external code notes. Let's do it from external. So let's do external / and then code notes, and then / and it's a slug. Yep, this is the course slug, because that would get into here, and then it would be / then it would be let me think. Not that one, this one. Then it would be notes / and then it would be a number. This is going to be tricky. Let's I tell you what, let's Yeah, let's just do some hard coding right now. Right, and then it would be the tutorial slug. We'll need to find out what that number is at some point. And then it's obviously .md. Now that should be the path from external. So that'll go in there. Now we need to somehow get to that. We're in the SRC folder, so I'm wondering if we can just do that maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Let me just do a quick var dump of code notes. var dump of code notes. Code notes. No code notes. There we go. You can tell this stream's going on for a while. I've been stood up for a long time. starting to wither. Okay, so let's just go to here and refresh the page. How to connect. So that is correct. PHP MySQL. PHP. I've lost it now. PHP MySQL. Where are you? OOP. Hey? Strings, OOP, control structures, command line, array. Here we are. PHP and MySQL. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's scuppered my plans. Obviously isn't going to be this simple, and I probably shouldn't be doing it like this, because I am enforcing a rule here. Sorry, my voice has broken. I'm enforcing a rule here, which isn't good. Is there a better way of doing this? I don't know. I suppose let's find one that does work. Let's find one that does work, and then yeah, let's try. And the thing is, I could just rename that, but the thing is, that would I'd have to do a commit and all that stuff, and a merge and a push, and yeah, let's just find a one that does work. Let's do the let's do HTML for beginners. I think that's one that works. HTML for beginners, because I think we've got HTML for beginners here. Yeah. Okay. All right. No. All right. I've put in a little secret link here. Click on one of these things and it'll take you straight to it. There needs to be a page sort of in between this for enrollment. So when you enroll into a course. So external code notes, HTML for beginners. Is this all going to work? HTML for beginners. And then it's notes. HTML for beginners, and then it's notes. And then it's the basics of HTML.md. Okay, so that is correct, but the path is wrong. Fine. Okay. I suppose what I need to do is this. How do you get the? How do you get that? Why do I prefer var dump over the Symfony dump function? I guess it's because I'm so used to just using var dump in other projects. You know, when I'm working my day-to-day job, it's not always Symfony, so I know that var dump just works in whatever PHP project I'm using. Okay. I need to find out how to get that file. I need to find out how to get that from here. Symfony. get file, get root, get project, root. Symfony 4, get the root of the project. Get kernel, get project directory. Thank you. Get projector. That's funny. My Apple Watch has just sent me a message. Time to stand. Really? Does it think I've been sitting down for all these hours? All right, I think it's in Symfony. You use the app get kernel. I think, is it this that I can do? This get kernel get cache directory, get environment, get log directory, get project directory. There we go. Good. So I don't know where this will be, but we'll see. Sorry. That one. The one that's red and is failing miserably. Yes, I have a I'm on a standing desk. I have a standing desk. I would change it to be. I would sit down, but the lighting would just not that the lighting's perfect at the moment. It's a bit dark, but my light would be too high. Service kernel could not found, even though it exists in the app container. The container inside blah 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 is small service locator. Of course it is. Of course it is. I'm not using Symfony 4. I'm using Symfony 5. Yes, this is what you need to do. Of course you do. Of course you need to inject it. Yeah. Public function construct. Boom, boom, boom. Kernel. Why do I have a feeling this is a bad idea? Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just do it for this one. I mean, I know there's only one method in here, but I can imagine this getting bigger and then having to inject the kernel in all the methods, which isn't great. So let's just do this and then there we go. Right, now are you happy? Yeah, 5.1, I need to upgrade it to 5.2. And to be fair, I need to upgrade it to PHP 8. Can't auto-wire kernel of blah blah blah. It references a class app kernel, but what? Oh, kernel interface. Oh, seriously. You can tell I'm flagging. Interface, here we go. Just work, please. For anyone just watching this stream, they're probably thinking, such a noob. Such a noob. Let's just make sure I haven't done any other stupid mistakes. Yeah, I think what I should basically do is to pass it in as an actual argument, to be fair. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Right, so this is the contents. HTML is the okay. Is that right? Doc types. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so that's cool. Code notes is this. What does that return? It returns false or a string. So we can from here we can do if code notes. Come on, Fisher. If code notes what's easier to check, if it's a string or if it's false? I think false is probably best. So we could probably do this. If not code notes, then code notes is a string. Which goes into there, which then goes into here, which then down here in your thingamajiggy, which is this one here, I think. Is it that one? That's the li. It's this. Here we go. It's down in here. We then do code notes, pipe to markdown. I think. Please tell me there's a markdown filter. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Have I just made an assumption that there's a markdown filter in Symfony? And yeah, I have. Marvelous. Great. Symfony twig markdown. Oh, markdown to HTML. Okay. Markdown new in version 2.12. The markdown to HTML filter was added to twig 2.12. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see. No. Do I have to do anything like install it maybe? Oh yeah, I need to yeah, I do. The markdown yeah, of course. Okay. Fine. Bash. Do. And then I need to, then in the twig extra bundle in Symfony, or add the extension explicitly to the twig environment. I'm hoping I don't have to do that. Yeah, I got this standing desk. It's from Autonomous, and I'll just prove it to you. Is it? Bye bye. And then whoop. It's really good. Apart from the actual tabletop itself is chipping. It's chipping, and in fact, the I don't know if I can show you. Can I show you? Whoop, whoop, whoop. So I've covered it all in stickers. Can you see? It's all in well, the front end of it is at least. It's probably best if I show you that. There you go. See all the stickers. And my messy desk. Okay. Excellent. Okay, that's it. I'm going to refresh this page and hopefully and wish to the twig gods that I don't have to do anything else to configure this. No, I do. Yeah, I do. Then use the twig extra bundle in Symfony project. What? Or add the extension explicitly in the twig environment. So afterwards, you'll need to install the Markdown library of your choice. Some of them are mentioned in the required dev section of the Twig Markdown package. Twig Extra. It doesn't. Okay, right, so is there just a tutorial that will just show me how to do this? Twig Markdown. I'm just feeling really lazy. And that's HTML to Markdown. Package ist, Markdown extension. The package provides Markdown, HTML, HTML to Markdown. I want it the other way. That's what I've just seen, isn't it? Yeah. HTML to Markdown. So that's, yeah. Is that? Yeah, no, that's not the right way. It's Markdown to HTML. That's what I want. But you're saying I need to install other things. And you're saying that is in the vendor require dev job. Okay. So Symfony twig, TTT twig bin. Could it be in there? I don't know. Don't think so. Extensions? Nope. Nope. Mailgun, mailer, twig, Markdown extra. Here we go. Composer.json. Require dev. Common mark, HTML to Markdown, the league, and PHP to Markdown. Let's take a look at this. Markdown converter, HTML. Add, require, blah, blah, blah. That's HTML, and that's converting the HTML into Markdown. I want it the other way. So, italic font, convert, get config, set, convert to HTML. That's kind of what I want to do. I think, I don't know. It's suggesting that I need to install this, right? So it's saying afterwards you need to install a Markdown library of your choice. Some of them are mentioned in the required dev section of the Markdown extra package, which is what I've just looked at in here. Parse down. Let's do parse down. I know of parse down, so let's do that. The problem with standing desks, everyone says that they're great for you, right? Which they are. But you end up leaning to one side. Yeah, you end up leaning to one side. And so I always find that my back aches after a stream. Come on. Do you ever get the feeling that you spent most of your development career just staring at loading bars and like installations of dependencies? And it's just like, ugh. If I was to tally up the amount of hours running package managers compared to the amount of hours of actually coding, come on. There we go. Right. Okay, now wishful thinking again. I probably need to do all this stuff, to be fair. If you're not using Symfony, so, okay, we don't need to do this. Then use the Twig extra bundle on Symfony projects or add the extension explicitly. So I probably need to, I don't know. What are we doing here? Unknown markdown to HTML filter. Brilliant. Brilliant. So I then use the markdown to HTML filter is part of the markdown extensions, which is not installed by default. Install it first. That is what we've done. Yeah, we've done that already. Markdown to HTML. Changelog markdown to HTML. That is what we're doing here, which is markdown to HTML. Yep. Okay. Okay, the markdown to HTML filter is part of it. Yep, just said that. And then use the Twig extra bundle on Symfony projects. Twig extra bundle. Do we have the Twig extra bundle? Do we have that? Is that a thing that we have? I don't know. Did that get installed as well? I have no idea. Twig markdown. It doesn't look like we do have the extra bundle. So I'm wondering if I need to install that. You are reading for 2 times. Switch to the documentation of... Okay. I was reading out-of-date documentation, which doesn't exist anymore. Oh man, this isn't fun. Markdown to, there we go. Markdown to HTML. You are reading 3 times. Okay, fine. Right, we're in the right spot now, thankfully. Okay, then use the Twig extra bundle on Symfony. I don't know if I've got it. I mean, let's just see what it is on Packagist and then install it and see if I've already got it. I suppose that's probably the best way to go, right? I just saw it up there. That's what I need. I got Markdown extra. I don't know. Yeah, definitely. I definitely recommend the hydraulic version so much. I mean, it's heavy as hell, but it's and like you'll constantly, if you ever move the desk, I moved my desk from this side of the office to this side of the office. You'll have like marks in your carpet for weeks. But it's really, really good. Really good. It's a bit wobbly. It's a bit wobbly, but it's lasted me for 3 years now, something like that. Right, has that? We are installing extra bundle. Okay, so we never had extra bundle. Okay, fine. I got it before the lockdown. I've been a remote dev for 7-8 years, something like that. And yeah, my office has had many iterations over that year, several years. So I was all prepared, but I do feel so sorry for people who weren't prepared to work from home, like devs and stuff, or anyone really who wasn't prepared to work from home. When I say prepared, as in not actually having the space to do it, and the tech and the, you know, because it's so, I would imagine it'd be so difficult. Oh wow, look, scroll. There we go. It's all done. Woohoo. Now we've got a problem, which is the Prism.js stuff. You know, it looks totally different to what's on the beta site. If I can find that in on my many tabs. Let's get rid of some. This one. So we're on HTML for beginners, so let's have a look at that one. Yeah, you can see like this is pink and stuff. So that's a Prism.js thing, and I've tried to install it before and failed. But in terms of getting this bug done, I think that's okay. Apart from the fact that there are some course notes that won't be found. Also, we've hard coded the number, haven't we? So the number is 01, which ain't good. So that is the tutorial number. Now again, this is making rules. I'm probably going to have to think about thinking about how to rethink. I'm probably going to have to rethink how I'm doing this, like how I'm pulling it from GitHub. From this lot. By the way, this is if I go to my repo here, sorry, if I actually go to the howtocodewell.org, code notes is this here. This is what it is. So happy to take in pull requests and stuff. Basically, these code notes are to bridge the gaps on the videos that I've done that go into more detail as to what, you know, more detail than the videos do. But I'm happy. Spot a spelling mistake. Send me a PR. All right. So, and you don't need to be a beta tester to do it either. I had that question the other day. So we got on our Discord server. If you go to howtocodewell.com/Discord, you can join the Discord server. We have a channel in there for beta testers. So we've got a bunch of beta testers that have tested out the beta site. And then I decided to change from Gatsby to Symfony. So I've had to put a bunch of stuff on pause whilst I'm doing that, bringing it up to speed to this. And then I'll do the deployment to beta. And then ask very kindly for the beta testers to retest everything. Hey, Liquid Oxygen, thank you very much for subscribing. 7 months, man. Jesus. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Happy 7 months. Yeah, take care. All right, take care. And I hope to see you again soon. Sorry I didn't see that message sooner. But thank you very much for subscribing. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, we need to fix this this number thing, and then we're pretty much good, I think. I mean, I'm going to put this in a service at some point, but I need to think about like the path of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think getting the tutorial number should be something like this, right? So we get display order. Now, the problem here is that this is just going to be an integer. like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, whereas this is 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. So we're going to have to do a little bit of fancy logic around that. So let's do display number or display order. There we go. Display order is equal to this. And then we can do a little if statement to say if display order is less than 10, then display order is equal to 0 plus the display order. Okay. Now, like I said, this is an integer, so we need to change that to a string. I think that's an integer. Yes. All right, so then that's display order in here, which means that that needs to be display order in there. There we go. Boom. Right. Okay, let's refresh the page, see if I haven't blown anything up. Wherever the thing's gone, here we go. Okay, cool, that's good. Let's do another one. Let's do links. Let's see where we're at with links. How to code well notes 02 links MD failed to open a stream. So, have I just luckily picked one that worked? Docker for beginners notes. It's hyperlinks. Oh. Yeah, I need to think about this, I think. That obviously isn't going to work, right? It's obviously not going to work, which means that we could rely on maybe the front matter. But the thing is, if we were to do that, I would have to then do a file search for each one. We know what the core slug is. So we would do a file search for each one and then pull out the front matter and maybe have that as our thing. I don't know. I actually don't like that idea, to be fair. It's going to take ages because it's going to do a file search. Ugh. I think I need to write a script that will find all of the markdown files that don't have the right slug name and manually change them. Ugh. Sounds painful. Okay, so at this point, when we do file get contents, it's going to do a file name. This is throwing a 500 error, which isn't good. Right? We need to sort of like silently. So I suppose what I could do is put this in a try catch. Try catch. Or even better, I could do a file exists, right? So does file exist equals come on, file name, right? And if come on, right, if that is a classic case of my brain working several steps ahead of my fingers on the keyboard. Does file exist? All right, so if the file exists, then do this. If file doesn't exist, I think that's probably the best. In fact, going round the houses here. There we go. Now I put this all in a service, I think. where I just pass in the course and the tutorial, and it'll pull that out and then return it here. Yeah, but let's just see what this does. Good. Okay, let's try another one. Images. Please tell me that is the right images. Yeah, that should be fine. Yay, we got the images. Sweet. Okay, let's try another course. Let's try that. We know that doesn't work. Docker for beginners. Containers versus images. I'm sure I've got a thing for this. Docker for beginners. Containers versus images. Yes. Scroll. Yes, we do. Oh dear. Look at that. All right, so there's gonna. I wonder if Prism.js will sort that out. I don't know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to commit all of this, and I'm going to create a bug for Prism.js, and I'm going to create a bug for the for Prism.js and a bug for the service. Okay. Yep. So git status git commit -am. So we were installing Markdown and creating and displaying code notes. And I'm just going to do a quick make test. And hopefully, fingers crossed, I haven't broken anything. Oh, look, there we go. So that's PHP CBF. So this is beautifying my code. There we go. Run it again. So that's manually changed a file. Now, we have Redis on this, so I could cache them. And yeah, I could cache them. Eventually, one of my plans is to put Elasticsearch on this and pump all of the transcripts and all of the code notes and all of the course descriptions and tutorial descriptions all through Elasticsearch. And then use that as a means of searching through various things. So if I was to ever do a course and I mentioned a function name in the transcript, in the tutorial, and that was caught in the transcript, and there was a big search bar, and you searched for that function name, it would pull out the tutorial in which I mentioned it. So, yeah, but I mean, we're not there yet. we're not there yet. But that's something that I would love to do. Now, I have split up. When I a couple of podcasts ago, I was talking about the roadmap for 2021, because technically all of this was supposed to be live and doing its thing to the general public. But we just didn't. I just didn't reach all the goals last year, unfortunately. For reasons you can probably tell. I had too much of a developer hat on and less of a project manager's hat on, shall we say. So yeah, what I've done this year is I've split up the quarters into 4, because there's 4 quarters of a year, right? So and then I've given myself some tasks, some high-level tasks to achieve by the end of each quarter. So the end of March is the one that's coming up first, which is what we're working on here. You'll be able to see in the in our bugs, if I go to the, not the course notes, sorry, in here, you got Q1 set up. So yeah. So all of this needs to be done by Q1, end of Q1, including this beast. So yeah, once I clear all the decks on this, we can then crack on with the social sign-on jobby. So that'll be signing in using like GitHub and stuff, which we were doing, but I was just having so many issues with having a static site and having a API and having a CMS all in separate Docker containers. I gave myself 3 weeks to bring it all together, which we've done. There's just a little bit of tidy up that I need to do with the live and the live page. There's an iframe error there. The code notes needs to have the Prism.js thingy on it. And I need to do a little bit of polish around the forgotten password bits and pieces. I'm also thinking about moving this to another hosting provider. At the moment, it's all on AWS, which is fine. It's great. I mean, it's a static site on the front end, is at least. So that is running nicely on AWS Amplify. But because it's not a static site anymore, you see, I'm now thinking about moving to other hosting providers, probably Linode. I've used Linode for years. They're great. I don't know, Linode, maybe DigitalOcean, I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff that I need to play around with for that. So that's probably going to take at least a week or two in the evenings and the weekends to work through all that. The deployment scripts are done in Terraform and Ansible. So I'm going to need to rewrite all those, as well as like the backup scripts and everything. So there's a fair amount of work there. Right. How is the test looking? 7 passed. 267 passed there. Cool. Okay. Happy with that. And you saw that move. Groovy. Git status. Git commit -am. That was a PHP CBBF fix. Alright, we'll do a git push of origin and its code notes. And I just want to double check on something that, if on something that we know doesn't work. So if we go to the courses page here, yeah, of course, I've just done the test, so that I've just ran the test, so the database has changed. Of course, it has. Right, it's test. Make db test restore prod. When it says prod, it's not production stuff. It's just restoring it back to what the beta site was. So don't worry, it's not production data. It's just like when I run my tests, I'm running them from data fixtures that I've defined, whereas beta site is the beta site. So basically, that script grabs the beta site and puts it into my SQL container, and here we go. We got all the stuff. So I wanted to just test this on something that we know doesn't work. So PHP and MySQL, for instance. I just wanted to make sure that it's not going to throw a 500. Cool. So we probably need to PHP MySQL. Come on. Yeah. Right, so this failed last time. Good. Okay, that's good. I'm happy with that. So let's go now and did I push those changes up? I forget. Yes, I did. We don't need the code notes. We need this. If we go to API, and let's do a compare and poll, and it's a bug fix, and we change the base to be rebuild, and we're just going to throw this in. Oh, look, I haven't spelled that correctly. Oh well. Right, so what I want to do is I want to code notes. I want to close that, but I want to create another one, a new issue, which is a feature. No, it's not. It's a bug. Choose a different type. It's a bug. And Prism.js is not working on code notes. It's a code issue. It is from me, and it has a label of bug, and it's on this project, and it has a milestone of Q1. So you can see I've got my Q's, quarters, year quarters. Okay, so none of the code notes are displaying. Can't spell. Now I have installed Prism.js, so it's just not working, and I did that ages ago. So none of the code notes are displaying it's syntax highlighting, isn't it? Okay, cool. There we go. Hey, JR Mint 11. I am kind of wrapping up at the moment, to be fair. I've been streaming for 4 hours. 4 hours. And I've fixed a bunch of issues in this project, and I've created a bunch of issues too. We started on 16 and we've got 12. But we managed to close several today. So I'm working on the How to Code Well website. And it's an e-learning platform that I'm building. And I'm bringing it all into Symfony. It used to be split between a Gatsby site and an API, which I had built. Now I'm bringing it all into Symfony. And it's just sort of a tidy up, really, with this. It's all right. Website's going all right. It's slow. I've made some really bad technical decisions, which has slowed it up. But meh. I had my developer hat on for too long. Okay, so, right. Before I wrap up, I should mention that the code challenge, because every month we do a code challenge, is available. If you go to codechallenges.howtocodewell.net, this is the latest challenge. And what happens is I do a review of the code, of your code that you submit on our Discord server, and I review that every month. So this month is this month is on the 28th of March, and it's to do with PHP OOP. So test your PHP OOP knowledge with these interview-style questions. Some questions require a yes or a no answer. Others require a code example. Please use Markdown to write your answers and read the code submission. I'll put this in the chat. Here we go. So question 1 is multiple inheritance supported in PHP? Yes or no? So multiple class inheritance. So can a class inherit more than one class? Number 2 is explain the difference between a class and an object. Number 3 is demonstrate the singleton pattern. Question 4 is explain why the singleton pattern is sometimes considered an anti-pattern. Question 5 is to explain what an abstract class does. Question 6 is can an abstract class extend another abstract class? Yes or no? Question 7 is can a PHP interface extend another PHP interface? Yes or no? Question 8 is how many interfaces can a PHP class implement? Question 9 is explain when you would use an interface instead of an abstract class. And question 10 is explain the output of the following code. So you've got a final class here with a public method, which is test, which returns a string. And you've got a child class, which extends the final base class. And you've got an object, a variable obj, which is assign the instantiation of a new child class, which extends the base class. And you've got a variable called output, which is assign the value of obj and then running the test method. And we're echoing out that output. So my question is explain that output. So build that, run that, and explain why that has happened. So yeah, if you haven't yet, do join our Discord server. Discord. There we go. Just putting that in. howtocodewell.net/Discord. And yeah, join. There is the Coding Challenges channel on Discord. That is where you submit your GitHub repo. And I will be going through your code live on the 28th of March. Awesome. Right, I am done. It's been so long. 4 hours and 12 minutes. So thank you ever so much, everybody who's joined and continued on watching. This is great. It's been great having you, and thank you ever so much for joining and watching. Happy coding, everybody. Happy coding. I am going to have a roast dinner. Hell yeah. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Look after each other, and I'll see you again soon. Oh, by the way, Tuesday morning is the next stream. Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. And then I do this every weekend. So cool. See you later. Cheers. Bye-bye.